Ey, yo. Ey, yo. Luna. What's up? Mi botón no sirve, puta madre. Cállate, esperen. Mi botón se descompuso. Deme un segundo. Muchísimas gracias, Luna. ¿What? ¿What? Yo, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo andamos? A la madre. Oh no, se ve mi pizza, se ve que estoy comiendo de la verga. Oh no. Ok, ¿Cómo están? ¿Qué tal? Buenas, buenas. Salud, salud, salud. Bienvenidos. Yo le convido, invita. Cuando quieras, ahí te patrocino una pizzita como chingados, ¿no? Bueno, más bien cuando tenga dinero te patrocino una pizzita. Porque si no, no puedo. ¿Qué onda? ¿Qué onda? ¿Cómo andan? ¿Cómo anda? Luis, gracias por el follow. ¿Cómo se pasaron este sábado? ¿Qué han hecho? ¿Qué hicieron hoy? ¿Qué hicieron en el stream de Luna? ¿Ya no se le rompió el stream? No se le... ¿Cómo dice? ¿No se le... que no se le craqueó todo el pedo? Bueno, no te sigo. Quieren darle una. Gracias por patrocinar una pizza a mí. No, McFly, no. Nel. No es cierto, sí. Claro que sí, bro. Cuando sea billonario y tenga un chingo de dinero, les patrocino pizzas a todos. Sí, eso haría. Sí, eso sí haría, güey. La neta, si fuera millonario de stream y así, güey, la neta lo que haría sería cada mes como patrocinar una pizza a alguien, güey. Estaría bien chido. McFly, ¿cómo? Tú ya me seguías. ¿O no? No sé. Pero bueno, gracias por el follow, McFly. Otra vez. Oh, sí, puedo poner... No sé. Gracias, bro. Hoy pude conseguir monies y voy a jugar la parábola de Stanley Ultra Deluxe Edition. Ya te patrocino una horita, rata. Cuando cague dinero, güey. Y aparte ya tengo una pizza aquí. Entonces, yo les patrocinaría a ustedes. Ese es el chiste. Rifaría una pizza, güey. Estaría bien chingón, ¿no? O sea, rifar de 1 a 10 pizzas, güey. O sea, no sé, güey. O sea, cuando cague dinero por Twitch, güey. Invertirlo de vuelta para acá, güey. No sé, haciendo una como competencia o algo así. Ya pues, la rifamos ahí, güey. Estaría bien vergas eso. Estaría muy vergas. Hola, ¿es Castillo? Pero sí, yeah. Hoy vamos a jugar Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition. Es un juego que yo hace mucho jugué la primera vez, o sea, la primera edición. Esta es una nueva versión de la parábola de Stanley. Es como nuevos finales, nuevos, que el chiste de este juego son los finales. Es acabarlo múltiples veces y ver qué nuevo final te puede sacar. Hay aparecer nuevo contenido. Hay nuevas cosas por ver y nuevas cosas que descubrir. Y muchos misterios. Uno de los logros de Stanley Parable, por ejemplo, es no tocar el juego por 5 años. Y este nuevo juego tiene un logro que es no tocar el juego por 10 años. That's nice. Está bien cagado. Sala erga. Literalmente se llama Ve afuera el logro. ¿Qué van a hacer, chavos? Vamos a jugar Stanley Parable. Es un excelente juego, se lo recomiendo a todos. Jugar la primera versión o esta nueva versión. Creo que esta nueva versión será la mejor versión que pueden jugar. Pero si se compran la primera versión les dan descuento de esta. Entonces, bueno, compres mejor. Whip-sama. Gracias por el follow, bro. Ve afuera tu vida. Básicamente, así es el logro. También está un logro de Stanley Parable que dice Juegas por toda la duración. Ah, también aquí. Juega Stanley Parable por toda la duración de un jueves. No, de un martes. So that's nice. Está cagado, está chido. Están chidos los logros, están cagados los logros. Pero bueno, vamos a empezar a jugar, ¿les parece? Por ahora. Hay maneras de hacer trampa para tener esos logros, pero sí. Por ahora. Aquí está. Ultra Deluxe. Vamos a ver qué pasa. Ojalá todo salga bien. A ver qué pedo. Hackeando. De hecho, o sea, nomás pones tu reloj a 5 años o 10 y ya con eso. Digo, no lo he hackeado yo. Pero. A ver qué pedo. Creo que lo tengo en inglés. Oh, ok. Cool. Español. Cool. Confirmar. ¿Jugaste estar en el party alguna vez? Yes. Justo la barra hasta que la computadora se... Ok, Simón. Introduce hora actual. ¿Qué horas son? Las 9:02. Ya, confirmar. Puedes acceder a la configuración de sensibilidad desde el menú principal. Órale. Let's fucking go. Voy a dejarlo en 50%. No, en 45%. Luego está muy alto. Sí, además vamos a poner en 2. 3. Idioma español. Subtítulos, tamaño subtítulos. Vamos a dejarlos en grande. O así está bien. Ok. Cool. Let's fucking go.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons.
What the fuck?
Orders came to him through a monitor at
What the
desk,
fuck?
telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Se me olvidó cambiar
And
la
then one
gráficos.
day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Bienvenidos a Stanley Parable. Voy a jugar de manera normal.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Pero me creo que los gráficos está bien. No se pierde calidad de nada ni nada. Pues sí se ve diferente, ¿eh? O sea, al Stanley Parable normal, sí se ve muy diferente. No sé qué es, creo que las texturas están con mejor shader o algo así. Pero sí está muy, muy diferente. ¿Está bien el volumen o le subo tantito? ¿Somos un godín? Así es, somos un godín.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Left, ok. A la izquierda. Vamos a la izquierda.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Mm. Ok. Para arriba o para abajo.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
Para arriba,
upstairs
ok.
to his boss's office.
Volumen, gracias, gracias. Perfecto, perfecto. Sí está bien cambiado, güey. O sea, yo sí noto la diferencia. Pero bueno.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code.
Órale, la cambiaron. Oh, cambiaron eso, ok.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Ok, sí cambiaron el engine o algo así, no sé. Creo que ahorita, antes era con el Source Engine, pero ahora es muy diferente. Nice. Ay, güey.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature
Diciendo
of
Source,
his
pero
job.
más trabajado,
Why did he
creo.
feel
Oh,
this
ok.
now, when for years it had never occurred to him?
Pensaba que era un real.
This question would not go unanswered for long.
Nice.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Ok. Sigamos la historia por ahora. Oh, la verga, sí hicieron algo súper diferente, güey.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Oop.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
A la verga.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Ahí estoy, 427. Nice. Imagínate que esto pase algún día, güey. Que de la nada
This
hubiera sido controlado.
facility, it was too
Así,
horrible
¿qué pedo?
to believe it couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been
Pata está
under
glitchada.
someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
La vida de todos los godines, güey.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Paguemos la máquina. No sé qué nuevos finales hay, no sé nada de lo nuevo. Ahorita simplemente estamos jugando en modo normal, solamente para que todo el mundo tenga contexto. ¿Cuántas vidas tiene original? Como 10 o más. No me acuerdo. ¿Como 13?
Yes,
No me acuerdo.
He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him.
Es el mejor final
This
para
was
mí.
exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley
Was
was
happy.
happy.
Para mí, este es el mejor final. El final original, el final de la historia. ¡Yay! ¡Logros! Pero ahora empieza lo chido.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except
Se fue
badly.
un final.
The thing to
Es
do
otro
now,
final.
Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Otro final. Hay varios finales con glitches que pasaron en el año 2013. Nunca me salió ningún glitch, honestamente.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Voy a sacar el otro final, que es el no subir al cuarto del jefe. A ver si... A huevo. A ver si sale el mismo. Que creo que sí debería salir mismo. Vamos para la derecha.
Stanley came to a set of two open
Fuck you.
doors. He entered the door on his left.
Y uno muy bueno si te contaste a un Baxi que me digo. Ok, después de que saque los que ya conozco, vamos sacando los que no he
Yet
conocido,
there was
¿va?
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Ah,
Stanley
yes.
decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Espera.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Según yo así puedo esperar tantito aquí. ¿No?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Y creo que hay otro diálogo ahorita. Creo que hay otro.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Wait.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Se cabrité clases de repente, me mama.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Y es hora de salir.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Y vamos a entrar.
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Listo. Broom closet ending. Listo. Y seguimos. Y ahora, abajo.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Nel. Amo este final
Stanley
también.
just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
Uh-oh.
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
Uh-oh.
After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
I'm okay. Nope.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Qué buen final. Qué buen final.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Qué buen final. Ese es un muy buen final también. Es hora de ir a... Ahorita que me acuerdo, el número que hay que... El número de la puerta, ¿cuál era? ¿Era 430? ¿Era este? ¿430? Ok, vamos a checar Steam. Checked. Según yo es 430, ¿no? Yep, 430. A ver.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Yes.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
Yes.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Okay.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50
Okay.
clicks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley.
Okay,
I
okay.
want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. ¿Dónde está 417? Wait, ¿cuál es 417? Creo que 417 es para acá, ¿verdad? 417. 417. Ah, 417.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Pa. Aquí está.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere.
Okay,
now,
okay.
door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Ok. 415. 415. New content. Güey, ese no es. ¿O sí? Aquí está.
Now, back to door number 437.
Ok. 437. 437.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Ok.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Ok. Let's go.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Ok.
Yes! This is great!
Sí.
You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I
Okay.
like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416. ¿Dónde está 416? 416. ¿Dónde está 416? ¿Dónde está el 416? Oh no. The fuck? Wait, what the fuck? 416. Está 426, pero 416, ¿dónde está? Wait, what the fuck? ¿Estoy ciego? 416. 416. Creo que estoy ciego. 426. 420. 417. New content. Y aquí no hay nuevas puertas. Wait, what the fuck? ¿Dónde está la puerta? ¿Dónde está la puerta? Wait, what the fuck? Am I dumb? ¿Estoy pendejo? ¿Es la puerta o es... o el desk? Aguanta. 4-3, 4-5, 4-3, 4-30, 4-2-7, 4-2-8. What the fuck? What the fuck? No, what? Wait, what? Aguanta. Si aquí no está el... Se dijo 416, ¿verdad? Wait. ¿Y pendejo? What the fuck? ¿Qué pedo? ¿Dónde quedó?
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
416. ¿Dónde está el 416? Wait. Aguanta, ¿dónde está el 416? What the fuck? No hay un 416. The fuck? Why? ¿Qué pedo? Se dijo 416. New content. Ah,
We've almost
got it.
Okay.
Now the copy machine, do that one again.
Ok. No, conté. No, pues yo no sabía decir como, güey, ¿qué pido? ¿Dónde está 416?
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ¡Sí!
Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks.
Me perdí, güey.
Now, what were you thinking?
Pensé que me perdí y dije, güey, ¿qué pedo? Pero sí, ok. Hora de entrar... Bueno, aún no entramos a New Content. Aún no es el momento. Primero quiero sacar otros 2 finales que están de este lado.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Hay otro acá. Ya sé cuál es el otro de allá, pero no, todavía
This
estoy
was
en el
not
edificio.
the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ok. Es diferente.
Yes, truly a room
Tiene una
worth
iluminación.
admiring. It had really been worth the detour
Nice.
after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
De hecho, sí está cool. Ok.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Sí.
A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Yes.
Really worth it.
Yes. Que ya no vamos.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. ¿O sí? Aquí hay 3 buenos finales. Vamos a hacer el final de allá, el de ahí para allá.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Ajá. Primero el de acá.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Por ella.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Oh, huevos.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Ok.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your...
Falta otro.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife? They'd want to commit their life to you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Nel perro.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Fuck.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Oh. Primer botón, ve tu teclado.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Primer V.
Look at him there, pushing buttons.
Debería escuchar. ¡Oh, verga!
Exactly what he's told to do.
Debería escucharse
Now
botón.
he's pushing a
Botones, ¿no?
button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going
Purupup, ¿no?
Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Primer P.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new
¿Quitaron los
lands.
sonidos?
It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work
¿O es un
was a
bug?
reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Primero ve para mirar televisión.
And so he began to
Oh, okay.
fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations.
¿Por qué se quitaron el
Down one
sonido?
path lay an enormous
está
round
raro.
room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
Ah, la
Down another
línea
was
se
a
me
game
fue.
with a baby.
Aún no la he
And
sacado.
he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy.
Luego,
and so
voy a hacer la
instead,
de la
he
line.
relived it again,
Uy, perdón.
and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality,
línea como
all
era.
he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Son bien buenos los finales, güey. Pero que quiero recordar cómo era el final de la línea. De la aventura.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What the fuck? Oh,
Stanley
ese es
decided
nuevo.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Ok. Dicen the end is never the end, pero ok. Jesus Christ, qué miedo. Aguanta. ¿Cómo se acaba el final de la línea? ¿Cómo era? Quiero recordar cómo era el final de la línea. Según yo era
Stanley
la
came to a
derecha.
set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Derecha, elevador. Y te tiras. O es izquierda, elevador. Y seguir la historia. Porque no, creo que el de abajo es el que el juego se rompe. Y el de la derecha es la línea. Creo.
This was
No
not the
recuerdo.
correct way to the
Pero ahorita
meeting
vamos a
room,
ver.
and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
No recuerdo, quiero ver.
Wow.
Wow.
Yes. This room.
Wow.
What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous,
Wow.
gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room.
¡Wow!
Life without having experienced this room.
Wait. Empezar de cero, what the fuck. Configuración. Video. Esta sincronización vertical, what the fuck. Bop.
Was now too horrible even to consider.
Bueno.
But eager to get back
Según
to
yo
business,
es derecho.
Stanley took the first open door
Elevador.
on his left.
Bajo a la derecha. Según yo. Si no mal recuerdo.
Stanley was so bad at following
Creo que era
directions
desconectar el
that
teléfono.
incredibly
Ah,
he
cierto,
wasn't
cierto.
5
Desconectar el
years
teléfono.
ago.
Va. Vamos a desconectar el teléfono.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
Va.
I'm not your enemy, really. I'm not.
Digo, hay 4 finales aquí. Lo cual es interesante. Y es cool. Está ese, el del trabajo. Está este de acá. Está el de matarse. Y está la línea, que sé que es por acá. El otro me falta sacar. El juego se rompe. Y el escape. I'm asking for her.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem
Yeah.
yourself. To put your work aside. To
She's
let
been
her back
waiting.
into your life. She's been waiting.
Madres.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another. Then... Oh, no. You can't.
Sí,
Did you
puedo.
just unplug the phone?
Yeah.
Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly?
Yes.
I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley.
Nah.
You're a real person.
Yeah.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you've made any more wrong choices,
No, creo
you
que no
might
es
have
este.
negated it entirely.
Creo que es este otro.
It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making.
Ah, no, ese es el de juego roto.
Observe this helpful instructional
Ya me
video.
acordé, este es el juego roto.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read.
Huh.
Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Santo cielo, son las 4:30 ya.
Excellent.
Ok.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a
Me acordaba de
healthy
esas
decision-making
imágenes.
process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Cool.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
And see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Ok. Aquí puedo irme a otro final, pero no, sí con este final. Ah, no, no es cierto, no puedo irme. Se me olvidaba. No, fuck, se me olvidaba que puse la reja.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse.
Sí, no me acordaba que te puedes caer. Digo, que no te puedes caer después de esto. Sí, aquí es atrapado este final y ya. Sí, 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 está bien, está bien. Vamos a romper el juego otra vez. Vamos a romper el juego.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Nah.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Mel.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Y broken. Yeah, broken.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
No, le cambió eso. Órale. Wow.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2
Aquí se repite ya, ¿verdad? Es un loop.
entered the door on his left.
Sí, creo que ese es un loop.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as
es un
Stanley
loop, okay.
would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nunca he visto que pasa más de 2 veces. A ver qué pasa.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave
No, okay,
exactly
ya sí.
as Stanley
Loop.
would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
He entered the door on his left. A ver.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
Monetize free to
hoping he might
play.
find an answer there.
Nice. Ah, no puedo entrar. Ups. Y ya no
Coming
puedo
to a
subir.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No hay nada. Ah, no, ya sí, cierto, se rompe.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley
Cierto,
was
se
once again
rompe.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 11, no sé qué. Pero es imposible.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115.
Night Shark
He spoke
115.
it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
No sale. Sorry, bro. No se puede.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
Está sad. Este final está medio sad.
Important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose.
¿Ves? Unity, sí. Se cae con Unity.
Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Está medio sad ese. Oh,
Good morning.
Ah.
Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of
Las cajas.
1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
yes.
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Claro. Vamos a sacar un final y ahorita se va, en la siguiente deberían llegar las cajas. Creo que el siguiente input está en la Voices Office. Vamos a intentar
When
sacar
Stanley
el
came to a
final
set
de
of
acá.
two open doors. This was not the correct way
Los
to
otros dos
meet
finales
him,
chidos de
and
acá.
Stanley knew it perfectly well.
De otros el nomás
Perhaps he
se
wanted
muere
to
y
stop
ya.
by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime.
Sublime.
A work of art. What
Oh.
was it about this room that
Oh.
called so deeply and so personally
Oh.
to Stanley? Its grace, its subtle charm. No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Vamos a sacar el de acá. El del saltito.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's
A ver si me la cago y me
incredible he
cago.
wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yeah.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Ah, aquí son diferentes. No me acuerdo cuál es la buena. Es que son de otros finales, pero vamos a ir con el azul.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Ok.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Es su título. Léelo.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley.
Yes.
You want to know so badly what's out there? You
Yes.
want to find out what lies at the end of this road?
Yes.
You chosen world. Don't let me stop you.
Ah, es el juego, ya me acordé.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
Ya me acordé.
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Skill
Work
tree?
with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Ok.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Yeah.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Esta madre. Y... Ah, son los mismos. Sí, es lo mismo. Ok, cool. Y yo estoy... Ahí. This is you. Ah, a huevo. Cool.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Sí.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on.
Esta
And now
madre.
would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Ah, esta madre. Aguas con
In
los
this game,
oídos.
the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to
Puedo hacer como
move
3
back
veces,
to the
porque eso más
right,
ya puede ser
and
como
if it
4
reaches
horas.
the
Puede ser
fire,
4 horas de
you
esto.
fail.
Y es otro
It's a very
final.
meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly
¿Qué onda, Joaco? ¿Cómo
confronting the
estás?
demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
Sí puedes
Be
jugar
sure
4
to
horas
keep
esto,
notes on your
Luego
experience.
8. Cuatro horas de esto. Alguien sí sacó 4 horas de esto. Una vez he visto el final. Pero yo jamás haría 4 horas de esto. No.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or
Yes.
purely to spite me?
No, I hate
If it's
babies.
the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Ok.
Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Y bienvenidos sean todos. Wait. Wow, esto es nuevo.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
Wait.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Wait.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower.
Esto es nuevo.
For some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Esto es Firewatch. Sí, es Firewatch.
What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental
Antes te podía jugar a Minecraft.
So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Esto es nuevo. Antes te podían jugar a Minecraft. Wow. Aguanta, no puedo bajar. Ah, no, sí puedo bajar, ok. Güey, esto es completamente nuevo. Nice. Me estaba preguntando si iba a poner Minecraft otra vez.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
¿Qué? ¿Qué no puede ser?
It is. It's an open world game. Good
Yes.
God, quickly block it off.
¿Por qué? Wait, what the fuck? Wow, ok.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
¿Otro juego? Ok.
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Sure. Ok.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Esto es nuevo, esto es muy nuevo. Wow. Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game.
Wow.
Crimsart just resubscribed for 8 months, CLBRMOZ.
Gracias, Juaco.
If you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
No, pues, ¿qué hacemos tú, narrador, aquí?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here?
No, no.
See.
Saca la
There are
bola.
lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley,
Sports ball.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must.
Ok.
Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
A ver si la puedo patear. ¡Sí puedo! ¡Nice! Let's go, let's go, let's go. Ahí voy. Wow. Wow. Ah. Ahí va, ahí va, ahí va, ahí va, ahí va. Allá voy.
Are you doing it?
Sí.
Are you winning? Is this fun?
Sí.
Is it better than my miserable little
Yes.
story?
No, 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 la cagué. ¿Cómo la cagué?
Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one
Por-
ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then
oh,
surely
oh.
multiple balls
¡Sí, golazo!
an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another. Hold on.
Wow, wow, what the fuck?
What are you doing?
No, no sabía que me podía caer. No sabía que me podía caer. Wow, ok.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Sorry, no quería caerme. Esto es nuevo para mí, creo. Ok, me caí otra vez. Ok, ya te regresa al Stanley Parable original. Este es el original. Las dos puertas. Sí, este es el original. El mod de Half-Life. Pensaba que era Fruit Loops. Damn.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice.
Yeah.
And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it.
Mm-hmm.
He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Otro final. Nice. Entonces sí hay cosas diferentes en los finales. Nice. Ah, sí, ya llegaron mis
All his
cajas.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Hice un pedido de cajas.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ok. Muchas cajas, muchas cajas. Aunque no sé si puedo sacar ese otro final. Ahorita voy a entrar ahí después, pero quiero ver qué onda con el final de la línea.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there, just a kind of, tingle. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Vamos a sacar el final de la muerte.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Whee!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Ya es otro final ese. The
All
death
of his
ending.
co-workers were gone.
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Falta otro más. En ese lado. Bueno, faltan dos. Qué poco este juego es genial. Es genial. Necesito jugarlo, güey, sí. Amo este juego. Amo Stanley Parable.
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two?
Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly love. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Bueno, la puerta roja es
And
muy
so he
sad.
detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Ahorita vamos a ver la puerta roja. La puerta roja es muy sad. Es muy sad ese final. Después de este.
Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
Sí.
So now, in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Ok.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Ok, está bien, está bien.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
¿Cómo fue esta original este
It's
juego?
clearly... Oh dear, would you
No, estaba en el Half-Life original. ¿O está el Wolfenstein original en este juego? I don't know, maybe. No sé, a lo mejor es de nuevo contenido.
Down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Ok. Ahorita buscamos entonces a ver qué pedo, porque jamás, o sea, no, nunca he visto Wolfenstein aquí. Oh, spoilers.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick,
Spoiler.
Stanley, close your eyes.
Cierra los ojos, cierra los ojos.
Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
Okay.
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay.
From the top.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
memo.
memo.
Cerrada esa con. Y ahora.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
Yo no fui.
Did you move the story somewhere, or...
No.
Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the
story. Nice. Hora de tener una aventura. Esto es el Backrooms, por ejemplo, más bien. De hecho, el developer ya confirmó que Backrooms y Stanley están en el mismo universo. Solo por sus huevos. Qué interesante historia. Backrooms. ¿No sabes qué son los Backrooms? Te van a gustar los Backrooms. Busca lo de los memes.
This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again. But it's gotta be better
Hay
than
una
this.
serie de los
Okay,
Backrooms.
let's give it a shot.
Busca en
Why
YouTube,
not?
está muy chida.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Okay, yep, it's worse.
Yep.
I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay.
Aha!
Oh.
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Yep.
No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay. Whoop.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story?
No.
I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building.
Is that correct?
Ujú.
Do you remember, Stanley?
Ujú.
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Hey.
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
G. ¿Y ahora?
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this is one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Ok. Restart then. Cool. Yes! The line!
Right, I've got a solution.
Yes!
Time to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Ok, let's go. Follow the line. Adoro esta parte. Bien fácil. Yep, ahorita vas a ver que sí es súper
You
fácil.
see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Estoy seguro que sí van a poner algo. Ahora con el nuevo contenido van a poner algo con este lecho. Entonces sí, de neta sí quiero estudiarlo. Estoy casi seguro que sí lo van a hacer. O igual me está troleando. No sé. Pendejado.
Wait,
Whoop.
what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Whoop.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us?
Line.
And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Restart.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
¿Verdad?
Intelligent people, right?
A huevo.
Why can't we make up our own story?
A huevo.
Something exciting,
Ye.
daring, mysterious.
Ye.
Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Ok.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Cool. Hay mucho que sí sostiene narrativa, elementos
no,
del...
not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the
Es una
line from
mamá.
having any role in our awesome new story.
A mí nomás te va a hacer una
No
mamá todo lo
lines
que
or
pasa. Está bien
monetaries.
chingón, güey.
Just don't acknowledge it. and We should be fine.
Me mama este tipo de juegos porque no sé, esa multiselección de que las selecciones teóricamente no importan, al mismo tiempo sí importan, porque importan al destino que quieres llegar. Mira esto.
Choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How
Está.
important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Ok.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here.
And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Boom.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
RIP. Confusion ending.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yes? Yes. Eso es nuevo. Esa narración es nueva. ¿Por qué no vendría siendo la oficina de Stanley? The fuck? What? Wait. Wait, esto es nuevo. Wait, what? No. ¿Hay algo nuevo aquí? Wait. Se me olvidó sacar la basura. Fuck. Si esa narración es nueva. Bueno, igual y nomás es como para confundir al jugador. Eso hace este juego. Te trolea mucho. Ahorita entro ahí.
When Stanley came to a set of two open
doors,
doors,
sí, entre
this
dos.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little.
Huh?
This made him smile.
Huh?
At last, proof that he was human.
Ok.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Quiero sacar el final de la puerta roja, que está SAT. Está un poquito
Stanley
SAT.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone
Lo chingón es que el narrador es ambiguo.
but the fact is
No es un
that the
villano,
story
y
has
tampoco
been
es un
about
héroe.
nothing but
Tampoco,
you
no tampoco es un aliado.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Really?
¿Qué?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Es un narrador.
Are
Así
you
es.
that convinced that I
Es
want
un
something
narrador.
bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red Door.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Y literal te puedes quedar aquí todo el rato. Puedes disfrutar todo el show de luces y así. Pero para continuar con el gameplay, bueno, con el playthrough, como quieran decirle, hay que hacer que termine.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Tenemos que seguir. Me pone muy sad este final, la neta. Es muy, muy sad.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for my God? Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Está muy sad. Es un final muy sad. Qué buen actor, güey. El actor de voz.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it.
Silence, wench. I do not wish to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy.
Well, this one is yours.
Está bien sad, güey. No mames. Y ahora te bajan la velocidad tantito porque te estás hiriendo, entonces tiene sentido.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Está bien sad, güey. Me pone muy sad ese ending, güey. Muy, muy sad.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it?
¿Otra
Is
vez?
this Stanley's office?
Sí, es Stanley's office, pero no sé qué quieres de mí en este momento. No sé qué quiere de mí en este momento. Se supone que sí es la oficina correcta. ¿Se puede hacer este final? Yep, sí se puede. Cool. ¡Uy! Sí, estoy demasiado sad. Yep.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Nah.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
Maybe.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Cheers. Ah, no puedo salir de aquí. Ok.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Mr. Memo. Here, buddy. Falta un final más. Pero eso lo vas a dejar al final. ¿Cuál memo? Vas a dejar al final. De acá adelante. Quiero recordar si me falta otro final. Hay un final. El cual creo que ya sé cómo es. A ver si me sale. A ver si no me sale.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Creo que sí me va a salir.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
La primera vez duré como 10 minutos aquí. No, es para joderlo. En los segundos sí es ir acá arriba.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Anyways. Whoop. Nope.
Stepping in.
Yeah, cool. Ahora es el final sin narración. The Skatepod Ending se llama. A ver si no la cago. Porque honestamente no me acuerdo para dónde es. Ah, ya me acordé. Yeah. Ahí se la cierran, cool. ¿Encerraste en la piscina? Yup, básicamente. Vámonos. You are now leaving. Skatepod Bay. En 6 pisos más. El narrador está en la oficina. Se encerró. No se va a ningún otro lugar. Nosotros nos vamos de aquí. Nos vamos a ir y vamos a ser felices. Siendo solamente Stanley. Son Stanley y los pensamientos de Stanley. Haciendo cosas de Stanley. Uy, spooky. Ah, cool. No se puede. Porque se ocupa el narrador. Literal esa es la razón por la cual no te puedes escapar. Porque ocupas al narrador. Está cool.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Ah, no, de nuevo.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
¿Siguen sin arreglar esto? Este es un bug que está desde hace mucho. Que no te deja picarle correctamente esta computadora. Está desde el primer Stanley. Desde el primer Stanley Parable está. Y tienes que encontrar un ángulo muy incómodo y raro para que funcione. Tiene que sonar pip, pip, pip. Pero no está funcionando. Está desde el primer juego. Y es para otro final. Qué mamada. Chale. Sí, no deja. Aquí vamos a ir al nuevo contenido. Contenido que nunca he visto.
Oh, new content?
Sí.
What does that mean, new content?
No sé, bro. Ah. Ok. Ok.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Stanley Parable se
After
llama.
receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Cool.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Qué bien narrado, qué bueno. Yo también.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Ojalá. En cualquier momento.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh,
okay, okay.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's go. Cualquier momento.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Ah,
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
no. No. ¡Puedes saltar! ¡Puedes saltar en Stanley Parable! Esto es nuevo, literal, sí es nuevo. ¡Sí! 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 Ah. Ah. Hijos de puta.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
¿Qué cosas inventarán después los osados? Los osados están locos. Ok. Girls.
Another elevator.
Good.
Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
Yes.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
Very good.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Ok. Ahora a ver qué es. Thank you for joining the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
No.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Ok, reinicié solo. Cool. Wow. Narrador.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Ok. Coffee nut. Uy. Que todo esto es nuevo para mí también, ¿eh? No tengo ni idea de qué pedo.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be?
Yeah.
It got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Yo, the memories on...
You see,
Güey.
Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant
Last of Us.
oh, the waste.
Dice British Academy of Film and Television Arts awarded to el director de Last of Us in category Story. Se lo pone encima Stanley Parable. Ah, qué pendejada. Ah. The original remake. De hecho. Good times. Good times. A trip down memory lane. Smile because it happened. Güey, esto sí me da un poquito de nostalgia. Stanley Parable Demonstration, güey. No mames. No que había que ganar un chingo de premios. Sí, güey. Go Outside. Este no lo saqué. Y Unapshivable, ese sí lo saqué. Pero este no lo saqué, güey. Nominado a Game Innovation. Nominado Debut Game. Y nominado Story. Ok, a huevo. Ya sacaron que hay uno para 10 años. Sí, güey, se maman. Gears of Rising Earth. Ok. Ese final. Stanley para el 10 with Tough Choices. Sure. In Loving Memory of Little Stanley, güey. Ah, qué bonito. Haré Little Stanley. ¿Nos podemos sentar aquí tú y yo? ¿Narrador? ¿No? Ah, ok.
Je suis dans la mémorisation, c'est sur la pluie des vélos, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour.
Mod TV Interaction Award, Best Packs 2013, Design of the Year, Novo Award, Narrative Excellence, Special Recognition, Fantastic Arcade 2013, Grand Prize.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire
Jim
to be
Sterling.
more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Chale. Ah, yo aquí juego, a ver. Memories on maintenance. Supongo que no. O aún no. Ah, güey, qué bonito. Oh, este final, güey. Ya me acordaba. Ahí está el final de Minecraft, güey. A huevo. Ah, qué cosas. De hecho, este y este son el mismo final. Ese final de Firewatch. Lo cambiaron ahora por Firewatch y Rocket League. Person of the Year. Ah, qué pendejada, güey. Ahí está el diseño del nivel, güey. Y es el nivel original, güey. Ah, no más. Stanley Parable. For Scott K. Stanley Parable en Mac. Y ese fue también algo. Snake Oil Salesman. Este no me acuerdo qué es. Igual no lo vi.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
GameSpot.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
What? The Serious Room. Qué bonita memoria. Güey, Serious Room es una memoria muy bonita. What?
These were simpler times, Stanley.
Hey.
What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Oh.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
No, no. Oh shit. Steam.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no.
Reviews.
Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam.
Oh, no.
An online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Eesh.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Son assets de Left 4 Dead. Lo reconozco donde fuera, donde quiera, donde sea. What the fuck, mi cerebro no funciona. Do not recommend. Este es un mapa de... Sí. Este es un mapa de Left 4 Dead. Son assets. Es un mapa de Left 4 Dead pero recomodado. Oh god. Oh no.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. O tengo que ponerle la comida a la niña. Dale.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Oof.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then,
¿Qué onda, Alan? ¿Cómo estás?
then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okay.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people.
Pero me gusta escucharte hablar.
Then, by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue.
Me gusta escucharte, bro.
Like this.
the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is. So on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday,
that's nice.
here and there.
Wow.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games.
Okay.
Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto.
Manifesto.
Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice.
Yo pienso eso.
That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once, that you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time, by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it.
Maybe,
but
I don't know.
wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthful that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
Okay, aquí ya skip.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the image of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made.
A la virga!
That no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted.
Quiero darle skip y al mismo tiempo no.
To those who have ever erred in their judgment.
You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future.
Si Cookie 9
Now,
existe
Stanley, that's a review.
y pone eso de reseña,
perfect review.
va a tener mis respetos, güey. ¿Qué onda, Arturo? ¿Cómo estás?
Well, I have to read it again.
Oh, God, no.
It's simply too
No,
wonderful.
okay, no, fuck off.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Jesus
It's
Christ.
not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I...
Silence, wench. I do not wish to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy.
Oh, shit!
Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Oh, shit!
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before.
Oh, fuck.
How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place?
Oh, no.
I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window, or something like that.
Uh-oh.
You see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option.
Cookie 9.
I'm asking you to work with me here.
Estoy intentándolo, bro.
We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door.
Okay.
I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please.
Okay.
Please do not press the skip button. Just wait here. Wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it?
Sí.
Yes. Good. I'll be right back.
Yo también, voy por otra chela. Espérenme tantito, ahorita vengo. No me quiero perder de nada de aquí. ¿Cuánto tiempo creen que aguante no presionar el skip button yo, güey? O sea, ¿de verdad creen que va a pasar algo? Digo, yo conociendo a Crows, que son el developer, yo sí diría que va a pasar algo. Yo sí creo que va a pasar algo. ¿Cuánto tiempo va a tardar? ¿Quién sabe? ¿Estoy dispuesto a esperar más de media hora? No. Honestamente no estoy dispuesto a esperar más de media hora. Más de 15 minutos estoy dispuesto a esperar. Pero digo, si esperas a Pagan Min, como por 10, 15 minutos, en Far Cry 6, no, 5, 4, en un Far Cry, no, creo que sí es 4, Far Cry 4, puedes esperar a este cabrón. Entonces, yeah, o sea, sí se puede. Yo digo que sí podemos esperar tantito. Por entonces dígame, ¿cómo están? ¿Qué han hecho qué hicieron este sábado? ¿Cómo se la pasaron? Fuck, mi déficit de atención ya quiere presionar el botón, puta madre. Fuck. Chandran, yo viejo, el Elden Ring. Ah, pues yo igual. Viejillo, güey, ya voy a poder jugarlo con el Play 4, güey. Ah, huevo. Ah, nomás ocupo conseguir una capturadora. Ahora lo esperas, Just Chatting. De hecho, sí, Just Chatting, güey. En este momento es un stream de Just Chatting. Esperando que regrese el narrador, básicamente. Jesus Christ. Pero sí, yo voy a poder jugar el anillo viejo. Pero primero voy a comprar Bloodborne. La edición especial de Bloodborne, güey. Y va a ser el primer juego que voy a streamear. Ojalá hubiera crossplay para el enano viejo. Ojalá, pero pues, yeah. Sad. Sad. De igual manera, creo que ese sí voy a intentar pasarlo yo solo. Quiero el Bloodborne. De hecho, sí va a ser el primer juego que compre. Y Spider-Man también, pero o sea, el primer juego que compre va a ser definitivamente Bloodborne. Lo voy a pasar en stream. Bueno, va a ser el primer juego que compre junto con una capturadora. Y pues a ver cómo va todo. Y a ver cómo sale todo el pedo. No pienso comprar ¿cómo se llama? El Xbox Live de PlayStation. Está muy caro para mí. Si hubiera sido un Xbox One, God of War, maybe God of War. Jamás he jugado ningún God of War, fíjate. Pero puede ser una opción God of War. Pero sí, si hubiera sido un Xbox One o un Serie X, igual hubiera estado cool. Pero sí dudo mucho que algún día consiga esos juegos. Porque con eso me podía comprar el Game Pass para consola y compu y estaría chingoncísimo. Pero ni modo. No se puede tener todo siempre. Ay, güey. Qué cosas, ¿no? Qué cosas. Game Pass Ultimate está muy verga. Sí, güey, o sea, neta, te consigues todo. Güey, más que nada porque quiero jugar otra vez los Gears of War. La neta. Me dio nostalgia otro día. Y no puedo jugar Gears of War ahora porque ya no los tengo. Güey, ¿qué pedo con TikTok? Sí, güey, en TikTok siempre me comparan con José Andrea, con otros TikTokers que nomás tienen el cabello largo y son morenos, güey. Hijos de puta. Hijos de puta. TikTok. A la verga. Voy a hacer un TikTok sobre eso. Tengo que pensar bien cómo hacerlo. Te invocas. Bueno, pues sí. No está para el Game Pass, el Elden Ring, ¿verdad? Sí, no. Y también me debería conseguir un Xbox One, un Serie X. Algún día conseguiré una de esas dos consolas. Un Serie X estaría chido. La neta, estaría muy chido. Porque así podría jugar Halo. Y streamearlo. No para Game Pass. Chale. Chale. Yo estaba vergas que ya estaba para el Game Pass. Pero ni siquiera está ninguno de Dark Souls, ¿verdad? Tampoco en el Game Pass. Y según yo no. Según yo no. Apenas han pasado 4 minutos, ¿verdad? En su momento sí estuvo el 2. Ah, sí es cierto. Sí, sí es cierto. Hmm. ¿Por qué el 2? Why? ¿Por qué el 2? What the fuck? What? Why? Porque es el patito feo. Es que nadie lo quiere. Chale, güey. Me dan ganas de jugarlo, güey, hasta eso. Otra vez. Ya que pasé el Dark Souls 3, que ya lo pasé. Y el 3 es Masterpiece. Dice que a mí me gusta mucho el 3, pero yo no lo consideraría Masterpiece. Tiene muchas cosas malas. Tiene muchas cosas buenas, pero y aprendió mucho de sus dos juegos pasados. Dale, si aguantamos, sí, sí aguantamos, sí aguantamos. Aprendió muchos juegos pasados, pero sí, no sé. Hoy debimos de ver memes. No, porque no sé si se para el juego cuando haces alt tab. Si haces alt tab, a lo mejor se para el juego y eso está mal, está sad. Pero sí, ahorita vamos a esperar a ver si pasa algo. Pero no sé cuánto tiempo. No mames, volver de él de la Nigadazo, usted se siente bien cabrón la diferencia. No, pues sí, me imagino, güey. O sea, el del Ring es la fusión de todo lo que aprendieron de todos los juegos que han hecho. Es lo que he visto. O sea, es Sekiro, es Bloodborne, es Dark Souls. O sea, todo combinado para hacer el Elden Ring. No, neta está bien chingón eso. Lo que sí he visto es que las builds de fuerza ya no están tan chidas, lo cual no me agrada porque yo soy más de builds de fuerza. Soy mucho más de builds de fuerza. Siempre agarrar mi espadón e intentar partir la partida de la madre a todos los güeyes. I just like big swords. Depende realmente. No sé. Lo único lo único que he visto, no he visto peleas de jefes intensas ni nada, más que Belina, porque es mi hermalina. La espada de Tiriki, ni siquiera he visto la pelea, solo vi que es una jefe final. La morra que no tiene un brazo. Malina, sí, esa vieja. Es nomás he visto imágenes de la pelea, pero no he visto la pelea en sí. Sí puedes sacarle inmediatamente en esta espada de Guts, eso está nice. Pero para usarla, pues, ¿qué tiene para usarla? O sea, ¿que ocupas algo específico? ¿O pesa mucho? Pesa un chingo, chale. No, pues sí. Y vi que hay estados que depende del estado en el que estás. Si está el estado de sobrepeso, no puedes rodar. Lo cual, that's not good. Mínimo en Dark Souls podías rodar. Y tenías un Invisibility Frame. 31 de fuerza, madre mía. Yo me imagino que puedes empezar con 15 de fuerza o algo así. No puedes saltar. ¡Mierda! ¡No mames! Y un juego que sí se dio para poder saltar. ¡Qué mamada, eh! Pero he visto que hacen mucho cheese también en el juego. O han estado haciendo muchos cheese en el juego. Pero sí, sí me dan ganas de jugarlo. A ver qué pedo. ¡Ah, la madre! Ya. ¿Cuánto tiempo va, güey? 9 minutos, va 9 minutos. Empecé a las 2 horas con 11 minutos de mi timer, de mi stream. Van 9 minutos apenas. Ya van 10 minutos. Ah, ¿cuánto tiempo creen que tarde en volver el narrador? Si es que regresa. Si se puede un poco más. Ok, ok. Ah, la madre, güey. ¿Neta sí creen que vuelva? El último abrigo fue de 45 minutos. Ve, vamos a estar aquí Tenemos que estar aquí 1 hora. ¿1 hora? Pues sí, si el último brinco fue de 45, 30 a 45 minutos. Y es. Güey, no voy a aguantar. En cuanto me acabe mi cigarro voy a dar skip. Sorry. Sorry, pero tengo que hacerlo. No, no puedo aguantar 1 hora. La neta, sorry. Me encantaría poder tener la paciencia para aguantar 1 hora, pero no, no puedo. La neta no puedo. 1 hora de stream sin hacer nada, güey. Más que estar parado en un cuarto, güey, sin puerta. Y con un botón amarillo que me está tentando, güey. Imposible, imposible para mí. Sorry. Pero mira, sí. De seguro sí va a pasar, sí va a pasar algo. Estoy seguro que sí va a pasar algo porque si en el juego del bebé, que es un final, en el juego del bebé, si duras 4 horas. De hecho, se los va a poner. Se los va a poner. A huevo, sigue, 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 sigue. Nice. Stanley Parable for our baby game. Perfecto. Aquí está. Se va a poner.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a
Está
lovely
este.
opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Baby game. Estas 4 horas aquí.
Play to make sure.
4 horas.
Don't ever
Wait.
I've your hours of play to make sure it's effective.
Sí,
Be sure
son
to
4
take
horas.
notes on your experience. Good to see that enthusiasm. Keep it up, Stanley. Just 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go. Okay, so clearly you're in it for the long haul. Although I find it hard not to believe you're simply running a program to click the button over and over automatically, which kind of ruins the point of the game, don't you think? Wouldn't that take the art out of it? You can tell me in your post-playtest analysis. Just popping in to say hi. I hope you weren't expecting more regular intervals of commentary from me, but that's not why you're here, is it? You're here for the game, for the art, for the endlessly
Te mandan en Minecraft, sí, el primero te manda Minecraft. Ahorita me mandó a Firewatch y a Rocket League.
Keep clicking that button for hope, for freedom, for science, for love. Don't ever stop. You know, I've been spending the last 2 hours here embroiled in
2
thought,
horas.
and it's occurred to me, this game is incomplete. It's missing something. It still doesn't have that oomph. What is it, I thought to myself? What could possibly be missing from this incredible experience? And then in a moment of rapture, as though delivered by angels, it came to me. Before this moment, I was blind, but those days are behind us. I now understand the true manifestation of this game. It needs
a puppy.
That's right. This puppy is being lowered toward an aquarium filled with nothing but piranha. Now you have to click the second button to avert the puppy's death in addition to the baby's.
Después de
This
2
is
horas.
it, Stanley. Art. I did it. Video games are art. But you have a good 2 hours or so to go, so I'll just let you get to that. No time to waste when there is such a meaningful game to be played. Bonne chance, mon ami. Good to see both the puppy and the baby are still alive. It warms my heart to see how deeply the message of this game has resonated with you. I can only imagine the joy welling up in your chest, the sheer joy of such pure distilled life essence flowing through your veins. It must be amazing. I'm jealous of you, truly I am. No, seriously, I'm deeply envious of your position at this very moment. The joy of artistic expression must be even stronger now. Drink it in, Stanley.
Ok, después de 4 horas.
Nearly there, Stanley. Art itself is about to burrow into your
Empieza a temblar, güey.
Aren't you excited for spiritual immortality? For transcendence and oneness with the beauty and essence of all beings? Just a few seconds now. Here it
Témeme mortal, que yo soy la esencia de arte divino. Now that when you die, I'll personally carry your spirits across, I don't know, to my garden, building within the motions of a flower. 4 horas, güey. Y te encuentras con este ending. We will be alive together, we will dance and eat and sing, and you will do improv comedy based on suggestions from me for all eternity. A la verga, güey. Este final es una mamada, güey. Es una mamada. Es tu nueva recompensa por tu trabajo aquí. Ahora vive tu normal existencia humana y espérame para no sé qué. Te amo. Oh. Y ya. Se reinicia. 4 horas. And that's fucking it. Ay, güey. Si ya pasaron. Ya van a pasar 20 minutos. Fuck. Güey. Tengo cosa, güey, de dar skip. Pero tengo que hacerlo, güey. Tengo que hacerlo. Quiero seguir viendo qué pasa. I am sorry, little one.
Stanley!
Ew.
Stanley!
Pasó.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive.
Pero si has perdido eso.
I can't stop
Cookie Nine es de la culpa, huevo.
Fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have... Oh, Stanley.
Oh.
You're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
Jesus Christ.
Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time.
Wait.
Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you?
Simon.
You can see what this means to me.
Yep.
I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Sure. Pero quiero ver si existe la review de Cookie Nine. Aquí está, ok. Página de la tienda. Tengo esa duda de que si va a existir la review nueva de Cookie Nine. No, 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 no. Damn. Chale. Nadie se le ha ocurrido poner la review de Cookie Nine. Sorry, narrador.
Oh, hello. It's you.
Hey.
You're here again. Welcome.
Hi.
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through.
Uh-huh.
I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It
Pero no
was
por
an
Cookie Nine. Ah,
impossibly
chale.
rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines,
Órale.
and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you.
Verga.
Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do.
Verga.
That perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well.
Jesus
Perhaps
Christ.
you will
Narrador.
somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now. And I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Ok. ¿Narrador? Oh, ya no se prende esto. Ok. Sí se prendió. Hmm. Se sigue moviendo eso. Wop.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition.
Huh?
Where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion
Nomás es
in
cierto,
one's
y esta es
assessment of others. But of course,
su reseña.
absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves.
What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it.
Sí,
I am
sí,
the
sí,
calm
claro.
center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity. And full of
Güey,
helpless
chill.
attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs when you read these reviews now.
Narrador. ¿Estás bien? Ok.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the.
Oh, man. Oh, ya no se mueve esto. Oh, no. Whoa! Huh? What? Ok. Ajá. Órale. Narrador. Mira. Luz. Luz de noche. Luz de día. Todo el mundo por un segundo. Yo, what the fuck? ¿Son tomates? The fuck are those? Son PNGs de tomates. Ok. Oh, ok. What? Nature is healing. Ok. Skip. Yo! Ok, what? ¿Te puedes dar skip otra vez? ¿Te puedes skip otra vez? ¿Puedo? Ah, ok. Ok. What? Ok. What the fuck? What? Ah, mira, sí subió el input. Cool.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What? New content. Ok. That's nice. Pero... Wait. What the fuck? What? ¿Por qué? What? ¿Pusieron un pasillo extra nomás porque sí? Ok, voy a reiniciar. Solo porque quiero que veas el cielo. Vamos al cielo. ¡Botones! 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 ¡Botones everywhere! No pasa nada, simplemente es otro final. Cool. El cielo. Cool. New content, allá voy.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Ahí está la música. Dije, ¿por qué no está la música? What the fuck. Pero bueno. Wait. Esta música es nueva. Esta música es nueva.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Vamos a new content, a ver qué hay. New content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
Sí.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Ok. Ok. ¿Qué vas a enseñar al narrador?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Yo!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
There's the sequel. Deus Dos.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Sure. They are back 2 doors. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. All busted. New hotness. Sure, buddy. Claro que sí. Oh, mira. Nuevos estilos. La neta, el primero es el mejor. Honestamente. Honestamente, el primero es el mejor. Todos estos nuevos diseños están de la chingada, güey. Sí, están de la verga, güey. No mames. Oh, okay. What the fuck?
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Sure.
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a
No tengo idea que estoy viendo nuevo contenido.
nothing scientific or logical, really.
Estás viendo Stanley Parable 2. Literal. Estás viendo Stanley Parable 2. Sequels are good. Portal. Las secuelas son buenas. Portal 2. Half-Life 2. Batman Arkham Asylum 2. City. Doom 2. Ok, Light 2. Güey. Güey, esto. Ay, qué bueno, qué buena, qué buena, qué buena. No mames, buenísimo, güey. Buenísimo. This way, show floor. Okay. New features. Here, buddy. Okay. Okay. Whoa. What the fuck?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Okay. Just the amount of change. The new updated ray traces more the same in a good way sequel. New feature, new content, new ideas. Red is the new orange. A whole new office. There's no screenshots. Okay, okay. No. Ok, no sé dónde ir, no quiero como skipear nada. Ay, güey. Ay, güey. What the fuck, eso es un Stanley. Stanley Parable 2. Ok, no quiero skipear nada, y al mismo tiempo quiero investigar todo. Coleccionables. What the fuck? Expo Hall Guide. Epílogo Infinite Hall. What the fuck? Ok. Ay, güey. Salida. Círculo de salto. Hay otro círculo de salto. Coleccionables, salida. Ok, coleccionables. Can't find them. Ok, what the fuck is that? Ok, fuck, no quiero entrar. Ok. No me digas que no.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece
No. No. Ok, voy a... Vamos a investigar primero estas puertas. Escucha tu nombre en el juego. Stanley, supongo.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
¿Cómo va a decir mi nombre?
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
From the
I want
office.
you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
Como Forza 5,
Sleeping
ándale.
and waking as Jim. Falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim. Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim. And as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Yes.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Sure.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Ok, me va a dejar investigar cada zona. Cool. La emoción, güey. Es muy tierno el narrador, güey. Es muy tierno. De cierta manera es muy tierno.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Ok. The Resurgence Bucket. Ok.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well. I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Cool. ¿Lo puedo dejar o me puedo llevar? No lo puedo dejar, ¿me tengo que llevar? ¿O lo tengo que dejar? ¿Dejo aquí? No, ok. No, pues sí, cool. Ahora tengo Pocket.
Does anyone give out awards for
Su
most
último es antes de
improbable
morir.
bucket in a video game?
Verga.
That really should be an award if it isn't already.
A ver, ¿qué hay aquí?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get Well Someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Fucking asshole. Che puto.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Aquí arriba, ¿qué hay? Haz mundial de la configuración. ¿Ah? No, pues aún no. Logo gratis. Free. Ok, logo gratis. Sure. Pull the lever, receive achievement, no more steps. It just works.
Now here's something
It just
special.
works.
You remember that broken test achievement that
Back
got
it.
left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Gamers. Gamers. Cool. It just works.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Ah, muchos. Muchos. Me falta el hoyo infinito. Me falta un chido de cosas. Yep, el hoyo infinito.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Creo que aún puedo ver otras cosas, así que voy a esperarme tantito en caer. Voy a entrar acá. Okay. Hold up. Wait a minute. Aguántame tantito. Quiero ver si encuentro otras cosas primero. No vaya a ser que... I don't know, pierda la... la opción de collect them all.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Yeah. ¿Qué falta? Falta uno acá arriba, creo. Ya lo vi. Me falta este de acá. Epílogo.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Literalmente esa es la zona del epílogo. Ok. Ahora el hoyo infinito. Y después la salida. No, pues sí, está cabrón. Nuevo contenido, está muy chido. Es por darme la cubetita. Ay, qué hermoso. Uy.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Oh.
Great. Now,
okay, cool.
I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Ok, supongo que podías caer más tiempo, pero me dio hueva. Quiero ver más cosas. ¿Qué otra cosa me falta? Según yo ya vi todo. The fuck. Ok. Ay, pendejo, me picó. Sí, según yo ya vi todo. Coleccionables, los achievements. Supongo que vamos por acá. Que círculo suelto ya lo vi. Sí, es cierto, está el as de la ya. El as de no sé qué cosa. Falta nomás ese cuarto, que quién sabe cómo se saca. Sí, as mundial de configuración. No, sí, cerrado y no me deja abrir. Sí, entré allá. Ya tengo el Reassurance Bucket. Y pasé por ahí. Ok, entonces es todo. Cool. Chido. Cool. Qué me cosa es hermoso, güey. Es hermoso. Pues ya vámonos. Ya es momento de...
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Simón.
Ready to move on now?
Sí. Sí, pues ya que ya vi todo.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Sure.
Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Okay.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it.
Excelente.
I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Obviously, of course, with respect, with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work?
Maybe, I don't know.
I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Okay. Muy buen trabajo. I like it, no sé ustedes. No sé, por ejemplo, no sé qué dirá Aranza, que ya sabe más de UI y así. A mí me gusta. A mí me gusta el rojo. Rojo para mí es cool. Parece que está muy bien esta interfaz. A ver, créditos. Cool. Kevin Brighting. Sure. Conozco los ojos, pero pues. Creo que esos son detalles.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Rojo te A ver si hay alguna
Stanley
voz.
worked
No
in a
mames,
company in a
serious.
big building where he was employee number 427.
Sí, cosas.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting,
Los globos, güey.
hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Siempre lo voy a agarrar. Es el nuevo Companion Cube. Hold up, what? Seguimos en este lugar.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now.
Hola, Punisher, ¿cómo estás?
It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
How dare you!
Never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by
Todo
point.
bien, Punisher.
Share your journal entries detailing
Ando jugando
the
la nueva versión de Stanley
emotional
Parable y
landscape
la
of
estoy
your
amando
feelings
con
for
todo
them
mi ser.
as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Es mi pinche balde.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. See? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
¿Algo? ¿Nada?
You know what?
I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. To be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ok. Boss's office. Cool. ¿Puedo entrar todavía aquí? ¡Sí!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Ok. Puedo entrar al... Ah, uno puedo entrar. No me deja entrar ahí.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 28.
Dale, Joaco, descansa. 4 to 7. No, ¿cuál era? 2, 4, 5, 7.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
5. Cool.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Descansa, Joaco. Y sí, consíguete este juego, estoy en vergas. Yay.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes.
Stanlerines.
Like another Stanlerine under your belt.
Stanlicito. Un Stanlicito.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Okay.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Vamos a hacer la historia, a ver qué pasa.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being
¡Qué pendejada, güey! Todos con la
monitored like
cubeta.
guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
The bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided
Todo
that
bien,
this
Punisher.
machinery would never
Todo
again
tranqui.
exert its terrible
Disfrutamos este
power
juego.
over another human life.
¿Qué comandas?
For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Jugando LOLcito, excelente. Pendejada, güey.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
What the fuck?
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
Oh.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face.
No.
This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No.
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
What? Huh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed the memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Meeting today in the meeting room. Figure Faris Comité de figurines.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Figurine Finders Committee in the meeting room.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
¿Es aquí? What the fuck? What the fuck? Appear we have synergies resources to try to what the fuck? There will be a reward for finding them all. Inside the sequel exhibit, near fireplace, A private smelly place for important persons somewhere between. Somewhere both and. What the fuck? Stairs? Something to do with stairs. A large room, lots of boxes. Okay. Okay. Is some kind of game. Must be at this point. Gotta collect them all. Escaleras. Ok, vamos a ver escaleras.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Chale. No stickers. No stickers. Vamos abajo.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Wait. Yee.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines.
Uh-huh.
And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that.
Quiero ver qué
And
fue
in
con este
such a
final
competitive
con la
economy,
cubeta.
why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy?
Am I crazy, bucket?
The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket.
What?
It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all
¿Tiene
terribly
cacamonía?
wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed,
Oh,
he
shit.
noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious.
Oh, gracious.
Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Oh, no.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the
Whoa!
other. None of them were his. None of them were his special
Whoa.
bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Oh, God.
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
What the fuck?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security,
Wait, what?
and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course,
A
he
huevo.
got mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
A huevo, güey. A huevo. Ah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Ok, ocupo encontrar un lugar azul y rojo y luego ya no me acuerdo cuál es el otro. What? Ah, otra vez el pasillo extra. Solo for the LOL, supongo.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Nope.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yeah.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
Yeah.
Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
A huevo.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Oh, man.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No. Ok, vamos a ir acá, pero vamos a este lado de acá.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Yeah, vamos para acá. ¡Pup! Ahora a ver cómo pasa este final. El final confuso. Pero ahora con el bucket.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd
What
find
the
this
fuck?
place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned,
The line!
Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Ok.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Oh no. Not my bucket. Not my bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Why?
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
No.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
No.
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really
fuck
like
off.
10 personality
Fuck
traits.
you.
What other
No.
object in this game
No
do
me
you
sale
even
del
say
bucket.
that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it,
No,
the fans, Stanley.
never,
The fans
nunca.
want. Hurry and...
No. Wow.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Okay. ¿Ese fue un ending? You... Okay.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after.
Ah.
Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Huh. One day.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Y. Que vamos a la derecha.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley
Más
took
para
the door
acá.
on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Heh.
Cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Okay.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Bueno, soy yo, tu balde. Yo capaz de llevar trabajo contigo.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Fui me para llevarme la vuelta a casa.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Voy para allá trabajo.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Que vamos a casa. No le hagas caso al tipo que grita. Pero vamos a casa.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Me dejé para ignorar a todo el mundo excepto a mí. Sí, soy disléxico.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
¿Tú crees que existe o no, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
Oh no.
Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
A revivir una y otra vez el mismo día conmigo.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Voy a casa al trabajo, casa al trabajo. Ok.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Sorry. Ay, güey. Eso sí estuvo de miedo.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd
No.
never be alone again. Not truly alone. Not
No.
with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Aguanta, hay más
Stanley
cosas que
took the
hacer.
door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Hay otro por acá.
Cargo lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift
Give me
all
the
way
bucket.
to the top.
No.
There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Sure, whatever. Wee.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders?
Yes.
Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Ok. Comedia, a ver.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
What?
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
What?
To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
I'm Dunny with the funny.
I'm Dunny with the funny now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and will very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
What?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery.
Okay.
Come along, let's head back.
What the fuck? Oye, mi bucket no tiene mi sticker ahora. Why?
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Güey, qué pendejada es esta. Me agrada que... Pero no así, what the fuck? Okay.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
No. Oh. Whoa.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake.
Okay.
I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Supongo que es... Yeah, ok. Repetición ya.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Izquierda ahora.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Ok.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on, all because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley,
What?
you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Ok.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Bucket.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Tengo otra aventura con el bucket en otro lugar. El bucket. Otros 2 lugares, de hecho.
Touched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
No.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Wait.
There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Nope. Ya no. A ver, ahora qué pasa, porque ya no dijo nada. This is weird.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
What?
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Okay.
Please, step in here for a moment.
Oh no.
Now then,
Oh
I'm
no.
going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Okay.
Item 1. Is this a
bucket.
Sí. Wait, what? What?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes. Hey.
This is a bucket.
Mal no estoy.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket.
Okay.
To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot.
Okay.
Next one.
Okay. Okay.
Is this a bucket? Correct.
What?
This is a bucket.
What? 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 What?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something.
It
and
is?
therefore
Lo
nothing
es?
could possibly be something.
Lo es?
Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes. Sí.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No.
Okay, here we go.
No. No. Bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Yes, 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 yes.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
The whiteboard ending.
Perhaps he had
Dark
simply
Mount.
missed a memo.
¿Puedo? No, aquí no está activado el de este. Vamos a ver si puedo destruir el bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
Vamos a matar el
and
bucket.
entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket
It's
calling
time.
to him, telling him that the employee lounge
It's time
was
to
simply
kill the
place
bucket.
to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought
Yo soy
to
un bucket.
himself, yes,
¿Somos un
perhaps it
bucket?
truly was.
¿Seremos
How
un bucket?
insightful the bucket turned out to be.
¿Hay algo más aquí? ¿Que ver? ¿Hacer? No sé. Ok, vamos a ver si puedo matar al bucket.
No,
Destruirlo con el
mind.
destructor de buckets.
The bucket was wrong.
No me digas que quieres un...
Stanley took the door
No me digas
on
que
his
eres un
left to go
pinche
back,
balde.
and so the two of them detoured
Todos somos un
from the
balde.
maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Todos somos un balde. Tú eres un balde. Yo soy un balde. El mundo es un balde.
Oh, good
Todos somos un
Stanley.
balde.
I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
Nice.
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're
Intervención, güey,
spending
qué
too
pedo.
much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this.
¿Cómo te echas a matar al
But
bucket?
if we
Quiero ver
want to
qué
do
pasa.
that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful.
Vamos a ver
new
qué pasa.
addition
Quiero
to
ver
the
qué pasa.
rich
Me
lore
da
of the
mucha
Stanley
curiosidad.
Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well fleshed out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Adiós, bucket. Goodbye. Wait.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't
Ah, no
know
se
what the
puede.
Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is
Ok, cool. Cero. Ok, no se puede matar al bucket. Esto es importante.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Quiero ver si puedo encontrar... No sé. ¿Qué otro final? Me espantas. ¿Qué otro final puedo sacar con el bucket? Ya me acordé.
A good bucket, a strong bucket,
Strong
a
bucket.
humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
Good
to
bucket.
his chest and entered the door on his left.
Good bucket. Me falta una... Lots of boxes. Some both red and blue. The completion is 60. Jesus Christ.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom
Okay.
closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the
Algo
bucket
rojo
walked
y
upstairs to the
azul.
boss's office.
Rojo y azul. Rojo y azul. No, aquí ya encontramos algo. Ah, sí, nice. Tintun. Tintun. Ya, ok. Es la canción que tenía al principio del stream. Tum, tururun, tum, tum, turun, tum, tum,
Stepping
turun.
into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire
¿Cuál es
if
este?
not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, but Stanley
nice.
guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Vamos a hacer el ending del escape. Y luego el ending de encender la máquina. Ok, esos dos. Primer escape, que está aquí de volada.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Up. Ni
The
pedo.
door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Nel.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Uy. Y... Wow, wow.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
Huh.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Ah.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
El balde. Te da la bienvenida a la gran exposición. Te encuentras en el precipicio del conocimiento. Al igual que un balde, la mente humana suele estar vacía como una caverna. Pero gracias a la exposición que tienes enfrente, la mente se llena, se enriquece, se exalta. El conocimiento del balde y su historia es el único conocimiento que tenemos de verdad. Llevarás contigo al mundo lo que aprendes aquí. Aceptarás con mente abierta la información de esta muestra que podría desafiar tu modo de ver el universo. Cambiarás tu vida y la de tus seres queridos como consecuencia de esa exposición. Os harás la vista gorda y seguirás viviendo como hasta ahora entre la oscuridad y la ignorancia. What the fuck. Esta sala es diferente cuando no tienes el balde.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 baldes. Fotografía de 25 baldes, la mayor cantidad que se haya capturado con una cámara. El fotógrafo estuvo en shock catatónico durante varias semanas como consecuencia de la fuerza que provocó exponerse tantos baldes al mismo tiempo. Estos no son 25, bro. What the fuck. Un balde con 2 asas. Pura mamá. Una imagen de un balde con 2 asas. El diseño no se ha creado jamás en la vida real. Sí se ha creado. pues se considera demasiado peligroso e imprudentemente experimentar todos los años se condena a muerte decenas de personas por intentar. Jesus Christ. Ahorita voy a entrar sin nada. Para ver si entras aquí. Balde infernal. Réplica de balde infernal en el medievo. Este objeto resultaba tan fascinante que se desató guerras en numerosas naciones que pugnaban por su control. Miles de millones murieron, pero la realidad no cambió. Nadie puede controlar un balde. El balde en estrés representado sin comentarios. Cool. Cool. Voy a entrar después sin nada para que veas que hay. No seas mamón. Rupestre. Si bien sabemos que los baldes son anteriores a la aparición del ser humano, no tenemos idea en cuánto tiempo antes surgieron. En esta ilustración rupestre se ve cómo nuestros ancestros descubrieron los usos prácticos del balde. Para entonces es probable que los baldes llevaran varios milenios en el planeta. Observa cómo el balde permite que los utilicen tras haber determinado que la humanidad es digna de sus tesoros. What the fuck?
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
El balde colgante. Esta obra simboliza la relación necesaria entre el balde y la humanidad. Por clara que parezca nuestra comprensión del balde, hay algo más que siempre está fuera de nuestro alcance, inevitablemente la distancia existe por nuestro propio bien. Uy. Uy. Ok. What?
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game.
What?
Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
What? Okay.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself.
Plata.
That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Quiero ver si puedo entrar a este lugar con todo y el
Stanley
bucket.
clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Yep. Sir.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of...
No! Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
What?
My God.
What?
Stanley.
What?
You did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
What? What?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly.
Okay.
Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
What the fuck? What? The fuck? Vamos a hacer ese final que te dije.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Amén.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Quiero hacer el final de escape, pero sin nada para que veas todo lo que hay. Tiene cosas chidas.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible. He didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
No.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Okay. Me falta un final con el bucket, a ver qué hay. Con el bucket. Pero primero quiero sacar este final. Para que veas cuál era el anterior.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Ahora me cagan los cubos. ¿Por qué los cubos?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
The fuck?
So he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Uh-oh.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Y aquí está como el salón de development de Stanley Parable.
Death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Este plano de la oficina de comienzo de juego, el camino de la oficina de Stanley hasta 2 puertas fue la primera parte del juego que se construyó. Para el desarrollo se agregaron muy distintas secciones en el diagrama de fundamental casi idéntico de la primera versión. El ritmo de la selección inicial era crucial para el juego. El vacío se movió y se modificó para que los jugadores llegaran a 2 puertas en un buen tiempo. La oficina. Sección de sonidos que se utilizan en el juego cuando se oprimen los botones. Cada uno de ellos se combina un tono sintetizado con el sonido que se produce al presionar el teclado. Los créditos. Está chido esto. Toda esta sala de ¿cómo se llama? De Stanley está chido. Imágenes de desarrollo de la oficina del jefe. La versión inicial de la zona subterránea del juego. Aquí son las voces del narrador. Tomas de narración descartadas. Kevin Writing. La voz del narrador grabó el diálogo de todo el juego en 3 momentos diferentes a lo largo de 2 años de desarrollo del primer juego. Aquí hay tomas iniciales que no se utilizan en el juego final. Esto es el juego inicial. Esto es el juego inicial. Son los outtakes. Final de libertad. Este fue la primera versión del final de libertad, la versión alfa del juego. Madre mía. Escritor de cuenta regresiva. Unos escritores de la versión inicial de cuenta regresiva del juego. Es la versión final de libertad de versión beta. Versión inicial de habitación de la cuenta regresiva. Que ahorita vamos a hacer ese final también. Sala de monitores. Prototipo de diseño del juego. Es nice como que explorar todo aquí. Oficinas y eso. Porque sí es como los juegos de Source tenían este comentario. O sea, este modo de juego como versión director que tenía estas zonas de comentario que podías escuchar antes. Y ahora todo está en un solo lugar, lo cual para mí se me hace muy cool.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you.
Jeje. Ok. Cajas.
Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Ahora quiero ver el final de cuenta regresiva. Y va a ser el último final que hagamos hoy. Bueno, va a ser la última vez que juegue Stanley Parable, quizás. Está chido, me gusta mucho Stanley Parable. Y qué bueno que aproveché el tiempo, güey. 2847.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the
Este final y ya, a mimir.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
O no sé, igual intento jugar la próxima vez, sacar más finales. Aún siento que me faltan muchos finales. Me falta final del suicidio. No, sí, me faltan muchos finales. Con muchas posibilidades.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the
Está chilo, me gusta mucho. Me gusta mucho Stanley Parable, el original. Este está cool. La neta, me gustó lo que pusieron. Sé que aún le ha de faltar más cosas que pueda descubrirle.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket.
Vamos a sacar el final malo, o el final malo original. A ver qué cambia. En el final malo pones activar la máquina de control mental y explota todo. Porque en el narrador dije, eres un pendejo. Y explota todo.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
¿Qué pasa?
Or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
What?
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Huh?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Huh? What?
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow.
Es el último.
Very lucky indeed.
El último que va a hacer ahora sí.
Clutched the bucket tightly to his. This was not the
Esa fue una mamada.
meeting room. But
What the
Stanley had
fuck?
felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind.
A ver qué
The
pasa con el
bucket was
final del
wrong.
suicidio.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Ok. Cool. Ya que... y genial, que acabamos
All
con
of his co-workers were gone.
el final de
Stanley
Whiteboard.
decided to go to the meeting room.
Nice.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Chido. Ahora sí. Ahora sí a mimir. La neta... Está chido. Me agradó. Me gustó. Está cool. I like it. Aún hay cosas que ver, estoy seguro. Aún hay cosas que ver. Y voy a ver si puedo conseguirlas en el próximo stream. Y quiero investigar todo. Todo lo que pueda investigar. O sea, no quiero ver ninguna guía ni nada. Hasta poder investigarlas yo solito. Wait. Ah, ya. Y también sacar logros. Tengo muchos logros que quiero sacar. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Quit the game, start again. ¿Será que cambie el juego? Sí. Descripción de prueba. No me si existe ese logro. Ok, logro de prueba. Ok, está bien, está bien. Nadie sabe cómo lograrlo. Todavía aparecer. Pero bueno. ¿O sí? No sé. Ah, no, sí, nadie sabe cómo lograrlo. Oh, wow. Bueno. Muchas gracias por ver el stream de hoy. Está chido, me gusta mucho Stanley Parable. De verdad, si tienen la oportunidad, jueguenlo y disfrútenlo. Si no, pues mañana voy a ver qué pedo. ¿Va? Mañana voy a ver qué pedo si puedo hacer stream o no. Y vemos qué onda, ¿no? Si no, pues el lunes. Nos vemos el lunes. ¿Vale? Pasen bonita noche, descansen. Los quiero mucho. No los envío con nadie más porque pues, somos bien poquitos. Entonces, simplemente pase bonito. ¿Vale? Quedarte FK 2 días. ¿Ah? ¿Ah? ¿What? ¿Ah? Me no entender de qué estás hablando. Me no entender de qué estás hablando. Chao. Ok. Ah, tengo sueño. Dale, nos estamos viendo después. Bye bye.